He's locked the door behind him. I need to find another way to follow him. This man has been savagely attacked and dragged to the floor. This is despicable. What sort of creature is this? can't believe I'm doing this.
Are you injured, sir?
Help me get out of here! I need to get out!
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd be glad to help you, but you must calm down first. Please, take a deep breath and tell me your name.
Okay. I'm Oswald Thatcher. Please, I need to get out!
All right, Mr. Thatcher, you're safe now. Do you think you can reach the street by yourself?
Yes, I do.
Good. Now leave this place and enjoy the cool night air. It's quite invigorating. I'm sure you'll feel better if you do.
speak English, do ya? Last warning, sir. Best be moving on. There's one of them! Watch yourselves!
Simpletons, these nurses. Bred with no respect. Someone's poached my blanket.
Hello again, Dr. Reed.
Cold will be my death.
I feel better already.
Goodbye, Mr. Hampton.
The daily routine. Please, Doctor.
Good evening, Miss Howcroft.
I need blood, Doctor.
Have you heard of any black... I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activities.
I wish I could be sick again. Feel my blood boil with the fever.
If only I were young again. Just a dozen years or so.
This is despicable. I can't believe I'm doing this.
Die, vermin! Murdering bastard!
human! Kill it! Shit! Fuck, he's dead! Find this boy! I'll kill it!
Die, vermin!
Good evening, Miss Howcroft. How are you tonight?
I need blood, Doctor.
Tell me, Thelma, what do you really know about vampires?
I saw one and he saw me. I watched him hunt and kill. I saw his terrible wounds heal as his victim died. And then I knew I was saved.
You mean you actually saw a vampire? Here in London?
Yes. And it has been the answer to my pain. I must drink and kill to regenerate my decaying body. I am a vampire too.
You are no vampire. You are a delusional woman, convinced she is something she is not.
How convenient to call delusional anyone who does not share your precious rationale, Dr. Reed.
Have you heard of any black... I have made inquiries about the men who were tracking you, Miss Howcroft.
I did not expect a mortal to have this sort of courage. Speak, Doctor. Why are they hunting me down?
It was a misunderstanding. These hunters were in fact looking for a very different creature, but they mistakenly put their sights on you.
I knew it. I have become undone. Those hunters have discovered me, but they don't know what I'm capable of.
If you'll accept some advice from a petty mortal, I think you should assume a low profile and just quietly disappear into the shadows.
You are right. And you have served me well, mortal. Take this as a reward for your time. Perhaps I will allow you to drink deep of my blood. One day.
Thank you. I'll keep that proposition in mind. Do you require my services, Miss Howcroft?
I have no need for your medicine, Dr. Reed. Blood.
Have you heard of any... I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activity. Good evening, Mr. Elwood.
Evening.
Have you heard rumors?
If you want...
Soldier.
I'm fine.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Damn. The pain. It's here again.
Good evening, Dr. Tibbets.
Dr.
Have you heard of any...
I have...
Goodbye, Dr. Tibbets.
Hey, Doc.
Have you heard of...
Blackman.
I'll leave you for...
Please, I feel sick. Get over it now.
going to take to fix me properly, a month? A year?
You have the right to disapprove of our methods, and you will kindly apologize when you're feeling better.
I will not let you down, my boy.
How can I be sure I'll not find your unconscious body in the house again?
I promise you'll not find my unconscious body.
For God's sake, how can you say such a thing?
How can you refuse to listen? I tried to warn you for so long.
No, I won't let my only son die. You promised me you'll stay alive.
Your son lied to you, like the whole world lies to us.
Another night with the glorious battalion of Pembroke.
I will not let you down, my boy.
Good evening, Doctor.
Your son wished to die, Beatrice. Why did you hide such crucial information?
Are you not aware suicide is a crime? Mortimer could be thrown in jail. I can't let that happen. I won't.
I understand you fear the legal consequences, Mrs. Goswick. But don't you realize your silence significantly affects your son's case?
All my son needs is help and comprehension. Not judgment and punishment for what he may or may not have done.
Have you heard...
Dr. Reed, are you trying to take advantage of me?
Of course not, Mrs. Goswick. I'm just curious.
Well, go be curious somewhere else, please.
Do you require medical attention?
I have other concerns right now, Doctor. But I'm...
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick. Good evening, Mr.
I'm okay.
Admit it, Mortimer. Your mother had you hospitalized here because you tried to kill yourself.
Yes, it's true.
All right, then. This is the first time we've really shared information about your case. Shall we call this progress?
Call it what you want, Dr. Reed.
You can trust me. I won't report you to the authorities. My one and only concern is your health.
I guess I should thank you, then.
Can I help you in any way, Mr. Goswick?
I wrote a letter for my mother. She was supposed to read it after my death. But I suppose she doesn't have to read it now.
I see. And is this letter still near the place where you tried to take your own life?
Yes. And I don't want anyone reading my last words. I mean, I'm still here. If you bring me back that letter, then perhaps we'll talk.
Have you heard rumors about blackmail?
No.
I have to go now, sir.
Good evening, sir. Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Fiddick.
Good evening,
You seem worried about the safety of your family. And it's obviously the reason why your wound troubles you so much.
I cannot give up on my children now. They both need me living.
What about their mother, if I may ask?
She died in 1915 during one of the first Zeppelin raids. We never found her body.
Have you heard talk of any...
No, nothing.
Is there anything else that's...
I'm all right. Considering the state of this place, I should
was to go back to work, to take care of my children.
The flower's dying. It needs water.
I know that Pembroke will.
Good evening, Doctor.
Do you require
Do you know you're the only one who's asked me this? No. I don't feel well, actually.
Despite what you think about this place, I can tell you with absolute certainty, taking this will help you recover.
Well, at least your reputation seems well deserved. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for this hospital.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
Come now, we can handle.
Good evening, Doctor.
You're the
I see that...
Are you really...
How do you think these recent events will affect the Pembroke Hospital?
I am not blind. There is something strange about you and Dr. Swansea. One day you'll have to provide answers.
Don't you think the epidemic is enough to deal with, without wasting time on insults and suspicions?
Yes, the epidemic. Convenient, isn't it? Just like the war, really. Hundreds are already dying, so who cares about one more?
You are troubled by the death of your patient. I understand. It is something that haunts everybody in our profession.
Harvey Fiddick died inside these walls, under our watch. We failed him, all of us.
Have you heard about any...
Blackmail?
Do you need my assistance?
Don't be ridiculous. I'm capable of dealing with this myself.
Then you are lucky that I have taken the time to do so. Consider it a gesture of solidarity between professionals.
I wish this hospital could have received as much attention from you, Dr. Reed. We do not see you in so...
Thank you for your time.
Giant morgue disguised as a hospital.
Good evening, Mr. L.
Evening.
Soldier.
Not really. As long don't see.
Goodbye for now.
You disgust.
I have wasted too much energy for so little result.
Good evening.
Have you heard of some...
Pardon me, sir, but I...
Do you need medical attention?
Well, the proximity of the dead is not the most health...
Don't take too many risks with your health, Mr. Chidana.
And that is a good thing. Death...
Goodbye, Mr. Chidana.
It never ceases to amaze me how you, the dead, seem...
Good evening.
Good evening.
Do you know that Nurse Hawkins is thinking of leaving the hospital?
That's not a surprise. We've talked about it already.
Does it not bother you?
Sometimes I think she may be right. We should run away while we can. Question is, where can we go? Where is it safe?
Do you need any
I'm afraid I do. Like everyone in this hospital.
I'll see you later.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Goodbye, Milton.
Perhaps I should have considered the offer from Good evening.
Do you need any medical help?
I'm afraid.
That's easy. Goodbye.
Perhaps I should have considered the offer from that Cadogan fellow.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Tell me, nurse, did you know Dr. Tippett was addicted to medication?
I suspected this behavior for some time, but never dared to ask.
Why would he confess to you about his addiction?
Don't you know you doctors can't hide anything from a nurse?
Do you consider yourselves our confessors, Nurse Brannigan?
I wouldn't dare, Dr. Reed. But I'm intrigued.
What can I say? I seem to have a knack for discovering...
And for hiding them as well.
Do you approve of his addiction?
Of course I don't approve. But I understand...
And what if he doesn't?
Then we'll have to convince him to stop. I believe he's...
Do you know if any of the hospital staff have criminal backgrounds?
The people who work here all come from very...
Have you seen a strange man visiting any of the nurses here?
I've never heard of such a thing, Doctor.
Do you require...
I will be fine. As soon as I can get...
Nurse, you won't be able to help people if you're sick. Take this, and do try to get some rest.
I'll try, Doctor.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need... Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
What can you tell me about the strange man?
Let me guess.
Do you need medical help?
I'm afraid I've contracted some illness, Dr. Reed.
Not under my watch, nurse. Take this. You'll feel better.
Thank you, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye now.
This city is more peaceful without the bombs, but no less dangerous.
This is despicable. What sort of creature is this?
Here's what's left of him. Some voucher for a free checkup in Whitechapel. What is Nurse Crane up to? I really must find her. I have this thirst for blood. I can't believe I'm doing this.
I said stay away, sir!
The flower's dying. It needs water. In this letter, Mortimer Goswick does nothing to hide his desire to die. I could give it to his mother, but doing so would betray his trust.
It's locked. It's locked, all right.
Pembroke is so lucky to have Dr. Green around. I met him in New York.
sure we're making a difference.
Good evening, Doctor.
I have read your son's suicide note. It was not an impulsive gesture, nor was it his first attempt.
He threatened to kill himself a few times before. But I never thought he would dare to punish me this much.
Punish you? Why?
I've known for a long time he was not happy with his life. But I always hoped he cared enough to avoid making me suffer like this.
Mortimer is extremely vague as to his motivations for committing suicide. Tell me more about what you know.
As you say, Mortimer had no reason to die. All he said to me was that he wanted to make the world a better place, but couldn't.
Why did your son feel so useless when facing the world?
I think it was more that he could only see the melancholy facets of life. He couldn't help but dwell on such things.
What do you think he meant by making the world a better place?
Mortimer has always been a sensitive soul. He wouldn't talk to anyone for months after his father passed. It's like he carries everyone's sadness with him.
Do you realize your son could try to kill himself again? He might succeed next time.
I think about it every minute. But I won't stop fighting for my son's future. That's how much I love him.
You're right. Your son's death was not fatal. And unlike many on their own, he is lucky to have you by his side.
I can't give up on him. I just can't. I have...
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick. Good evening, Mr. Goswick.
I'm okay.
I've read your letter, Mortimer. You wrote about an unbearable feeling of despair, while the world crumbles around you. Tell me more about it.
There's nothing more to say, really. It's hurtful. It's
The world is bleak, but maybe the pain we feel is the best compass.
How can we repair the world, Dr. Reed, when mankind is the biggest...
Your mother won't let you down, Mortimer. Don't you?
No. I don't.
Won't you even try?
Do you want me to promise you I'll get better? Do you want me to tell her the same thing? I could, but it would not change anything.
I have to go now.
I'm all right. Don't waste your time with me.
Good evening, Doctor.
Your son asked me to find this letter, Mrs. Goswick.
I already know what I'm going to read. Mortimer, why are you acting in this way? I have done everything I can to help you.
We will talk about this letter later. I understand that you need some privacy.
Before you leave, take this for your trouble.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick. Good evening.
I'm okay.
I have to go now.
I'm all right. Don't waste your time with me.
This must be Clay Cox's knife. A fine blade. No wonder he wants it back. Opium is one of the main ingredients of Strickland's medication. Never a good move.
Miss.
I have found
In that case, you'll be properly rewarded, Doc. Claycox is a man of his word.
I hope that won't make me an accomplice to your...
Who knows what I might do now I feel invincible.
I'll leave you for now.
I've never seen so many people dying at the same time.
They're disgusting.
Good evening.
Have you seen...
No more.
There's no laugh.
Why are you...
It is our fault.
This argument has nothing to do...
But if we had performed the surgery sooner, he would have...
What is troubling you so much, Dr. Strickland?
I had to meet face to face with the son and daughter of Mr. Finn.
This difficult task is part of our job, Dr.
I know. As I also know they'll never get the answer to...
I located the shop, but it was vandalized, and the owner is missing. All I found was your order.
I was afraid of such bad news. People are so desperate.
That's quite a list you ordered. Opium.
This dreadful influenza, of course. I already ran some tests on...
Do you realize you could create a lethal poison without the correct...
Is this not true of any medical substance, Dr. Reed?
As long as you promise to be scrupulous with your experiments.
That's all I'm asking for, Dr. Reed. That's all I'm asking.
I want to know about these secret tests you run, and if they can save people from this epidemic. Speak to me now, Thoreau.
I know I may sound presumptuous, but I'm just following your steps, Dr. Reed. I'm casting away the shadows of ignorance by daring to face them.
Self-confidence is essential in our line of work, my young colleague.
But you never doubt yourself, Dr. Reed. I've read all your...
You have my support, Dr. Strickland. I know exactly what...
Thank you, Dr. Reed. You don't know what that means to me.
Goodbye, Dr. I can't let Strickland put his patients at risk with opium. Perhaps an adjusted formula will deliver more of a placebo effect. The flower's dying. It needs water. Strickland's project could be dangerous. I have a mind to report it to Dr. Ackroyd. The flower's dying. It needs water.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
I have managed to improve the mixture by diluting it. Have you ever...
No, I don't think so. Why?
A placebo is a substance or procedure that has no actual...
You made a placebo of my project. Why?
Research has established that a placebo, as long as the...
Really? That's fascinating.
Something like that, yes.
Well, I'm a bit surprised, but I trust you, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland. I cannot enter. It's locked. At least Strickland can't kill anyone with this formula. It's locked, all right. It's locked. It's locked, all right.
Do you need...
The matter of Lady...
Oh, I know too much about this matter already. I'm confident in trusting the interests and reputation of both the hospital and Our Lady into your able hands.
I have just a few...
Then ask away.
You mentioned some...
Certainly.
We'll see each other again. Good evening.
Good evening, Doctor.
According to the report I read, your unprofessional conduct put a patient in danger, Gwyneth.
That's not true. I know when my patient's life is at risk, and I'm more competent than a lot of doctors that I know. Problem is, I'm a woman.
I don't see what your gender has to do with your abilities, nurse.
Yes, nurse. Because I'll never be a doctor, no matter what my skills. I could make a decision that could save a life, but oh no, that's unbecoming conduct.
Have you heard of Elizabeth Blackwell? She was the first woman listed on the UK Medical Register. Change is slow, but it will come. And you will always have my support.
To have the right to study shouldn't be determined by sex, skin, or wealth. That's all I'm saying.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need... Good evening.
I'm okay.
Your medical report says you're not affected by the Spanish flu. What do you think of that, Mortimer?
Does it make me happy? Not in the slightest. If it was up to me, I would have left this place long ago. I know I don't belong here.
And why do you think you don't belong here?
I know the staff have more important things to do than look after me. There's plenty of patients here who need their attention.
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
Good evening, sir. Doctor.
Good evening.
I've read your son's medical report, Beatrice. It's not the flu or anything life-threatening. What has you so worried?
He was at death's door when he was brought here. I just want him to be better as soon as possible.
He's not out of the woods yet, you know. He might need to stay here longer than expected.
Take care of him then, Dr. Reed. People here only seem to focus on contagious patients. I worry my poor Mortimer will be neglected.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
Good evening, sir.
This is not a place for you, sir. Step away, sir. A leech!
More and more of these bloody leeches every night. Aye, but the guards are driven more and more every year.
It's locked, all right. Whitechapel. This neighborhood is linked somehow to the kind Lady Ashbury's blackmail. First, let's find this Petrescu fellow.
Fuck you all! Fuck it all! Stop it now, Albert, stop it!
It's locked. I cannot enter.
What do you want? Leave me alone.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I'm looking for Nurse Dorothy Crane.
There is no Dorothy Crane here. Now goodbye.
I'm afraid this medical leaflet says the opposite, sir.
Really? Well, I'm afraid I'm going to close this door right now. Go bother someone else, Mr. Doctor.
To enter that house, I must discover who this man really is. Maybe I could start by observing what he's up to.
A strange man was at the door with a pass for our medical facility. I refused him entry.
Darius, how could you know he didn't need our help?
His clothes were too finely tailored to be for Whitechapel.
Perhaps just a friend of that stray poet who is always about.
Richard Nithercott? No, not of the same cloth, this man. I suspect some machination from that journalist.
Clayton Darby. Is he still asking questions?
Yes. I saw him drifting around St. Mary's Church. I swear he is tracking me, just downwind.
It's locked. I must talk to that journalist or the poet. They must know about Darius. Nearby the church they just mentioned.
Don't be afraid. Welcome, sir. Please, take a browse of my wares.
I am Dr. Reed. I would like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind.
Doctor? Interesting. I'm Barrett Lewis. Usually I don't have time to waste with talk, but at this hour of the night I can hardly refuse.
How is business around here?
Business? I have no business. Between this racket, theft, and customers getting scared, I'm losing money every day.
I see. Sounds like you blame someone in particular for your situation.
It's no secret Joe Peterson spends his time harassing merchants. But with me, he's trying to put me out of business once and for all.
As a merchant, you see Whitechapel every day. Have you noticed anything out of the ordinary recently?
Well, you mean besides the epidemic, the war, and all the usual crap? As long as I can remember, this part of town has been a bottomless pit, and no sign of the bottom yet.
Violence is increasing in the borough.
Yeah. A few nights ago, some blokes jumped me. Came out of one of the condemned workshops. Fever. Madness.
Where did this happen?
In the closed workshops nearby. I worked there as an apprentice.
Have you been hurt?
No, but that's only because I ran like hell. Those men were
Have you heard of a nurse called Dorothy?
Nurse Crane? So the bitch really is a nurse, then? I always thought she was just some crafty foreigner, that one.
Yes, she's a nurse, and quite a good one. What did she do to gain such notoriety?
Dorothy Crane ain't even a real name. Something like Dorothea Craniu. Something like that. Came to England fleeing the war, I was told.
That doesn't explain why she irritates you so much.
Your precious Nurse Crane gives away medical supplies and prescriptions for free. I offered to sell it for a fair cut, but no. Miss Crane wanted to play the quiet saint.
Right then. Show me what you have.
I should never have taken up my father's business.
Excuse me, sir. I have a few questions for you.
Another journalist? I didn't answer the first one, so piss off!
I'm not a journalist, I'm a doctor.
A doctor, you say? It's quite a rare breed in this part of town.
Really? But still, here I am. Dr. Jonathan Reed, at your service.
I'm Joe Peterson to some, but Colossus Joe to most. And I don't remember asking for your service, sir.
May I ask what you do?
I do whatever I want, and sometimes even more. Now sod off.
According to you, physicians are scarce in this part of town.
Not familiar with this neighborhood, are you? I guess your fancy colleagues are too afraid of being stabbed in the back.
This part of town does have quite a reputation. Would you say it's justified?
Totally. Look at me, for instance. I always look my opponent in the eye before knocking him out.
How did you become the local bully everyone is afraid of, Joe?
There's no pride in roughing up poor bastards. But this is the only job I've found. And it pays well, too.
A job? So you're racketeering for someone else?
I got enlisted by the Wet Boot Boys, a gang from the docks. I'm their muscle for their dirty work.
You survive at any cost, even at the expense of others. Perhaps that's just the law of nature.
I don't care what you think, sir. I do what I have to do for my own reasons, and that's that.
I'm not sure Mr. Lewis would agree with your by all means necessary philosophy, sir.
Oh, do you really think he's the poor victim here? Barrett can be as sneaky as anyone. Long ago, I even called the bastard my best friend.
Have you heard of a nurse named Dorothy Crane?
Dorothy Crane? Yeah, I know her. One of the few good souls who dare to help the sick around here.
Could you please tell me more about her?
She's a nice girl. Tries to help the migrants. I offered to give her a hand, but she said my reputation would attract too much attention.
Have you heard of a nurse?
Dorothy?
Could you please tell me more about her?
She's a nice girl.
Goodbye, Mr. Peter. You never... Joe Peterson. He's the villain here, isn't he? But you seem to know each other.
I'd known Joe for years. I saw him box once or twice. He was a friend then. But these days, he's just another thug.
What can you tell me about Mr. Peterson? Besides his behavior toward you, obviously.
Colossus Joe was a decent boxer, good one even. But after his wife passed away, he found every excuse to stop training. Just wanted to pick fights with everyone.
It's never easy to find a new path in life, especially after the loss of a loved one. But crime is certainly not the best option.
We've all had some rough times, ain't we? But most of us don't use our fists to see us through.
And no one has ever stood up to this thug?
Nobody would be fool enough to stand against a wet boot boy.
Goodbye for now. Forgive my interruption.
Do not apologize, my son. Father Tobias Whitaker is always happy to teach mortals about the incoming Armageddon.
I am Dr. Jonathan Reed, and I just have a few questions.
A scientist? You are much more lost than I thought, my son.
What do you mean when you say that I am more lost than you thought?
All scientists are entangled in a world of causes and consequences.
Quite a judgmental opinion, if you ask me.
But you are seeking answers, aren't you? Answers?
I am. But the answers I seek are based on facts, not... What do you mean? Quite a
you?
Well, I suppose I can spare a few minutes listening to your...
As a doctor, you must be aware of the decimating...
What do you mean?
The beast is finally revealing itself, corrupting the flesh and the heart of...
I have heard enough. Goodbye. Good evening.
It's far...
Have you any friends? Any family?
No. But I have a disciple I see as my son. He is so
Where did you send him?
I sent Samuel to the Stonebridge Cemetery, where the pestilence and evil grows night after night.
You sent him on some preaching crusade during the epidemic.
As a true believer, Samuel will fear no evil while he...
What do you...
All's
quite a...
Well, you...
What do you...
The beast...
Really? And what would be your answer to this?
We must fight the disease before this lead...
What is left, then?
Cleansing...
Tell me, Tobias, what exactly is your plan concerning the cleansing of this city?
God will recognize his own. More than once this city has risen from the ashes, hardened and purified by the flames.
Science and progress are our only hope against the monstrosity hidden behind this epidemic.
See, Doctor? Now you acknowledge the presence of evil within the city's walls. Now you start to admit the truth.
Tell me, Tobias.
God,
science...
See,
Do you know nurse?
I don't like the liberal ideas of nurses, but I especially abhor that nurse.
So you're not exactly a fan of Florence Nightingale's work. But nurses are essential.
Nuns should be the only women allowed to take care of male patients.
Why do you hate Nurse Crane more than...
Before coming to London, she was a member of the communist resistance in her country.
I have heard enough.
Excuse me, sir. Are you familiar with this part of town? Name's Clayton Darby, reporter.
Sorry, I'm new to Whitechapel. But perhaps you could help me since you're a journalist. My name...
Dr. Reed, the famous surgeon. Oh, glad...
Why are the newspapers keeping silent about the Spanish influenza?
There's a war going on. People shouldn't be demoralized by...
It's a disgrace. People are left to die alone. No one...
These are bad times indeed. So much for the glorious British Empire.
Have you any idea of the danger you face in these streets at night?
I've had to run and hide more than once from frenzied mobs incensed by the fever. Do you think the flu is really responsible for this?
I must confess, some of my rational views have been shaken by recent events.
I'll remember to stay away from the district's roughest streets then.
What is a journalist doing in this borough after sunset?
He goes where none of his colleagues would dare to go, to inform the country.
So you risk your life to reveal the truth?
Whitechapel is the crucible of so many untold stories and tragedies.
That's quite honorable of you. But is the public interest?
Not at all, sir. And that's why I'm an independent...
I heard you're investigating an underground medical dispensary in Whitechapel.
Not much, I'm afraid. They are wary of strangers, and I'm not really...
I'm afraid one of the nurses from the Pembroke Hospital may be involved with unsavory activities.
Ah, could it be Dorothy Crane?
Without a doubt, you are a damn fine journalist, Mr. Darby. What do you know of her accomplice? A man named...
I don't know much about the man. He's very cautious.
He has no relatives at all?
No. Except for that strange man, a poet named Richard Nethercott, who sometimes comes by. Darius would never let him in.
Where can I find this Mr. Nethercott?
He spends most of his time lurking around Whitechapel, talking to himself or declaring verses. These days, you can usually find him behind the church.
He never goes out?
No. A few days ago, he unexpectedly did. I followed him, but it was just a ruse to keep me away from his house.
Really? How do you know?
He went to the nearest mailbox, but just before posting his letter, he ripped it up and threw it away.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby. Farewell. Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed. I'd like to ask you a few... I know what you're thinking. A tall stranger who meets a girl in the street at night. It reeks of the penny dreadfuls. But I mean you no harm, truly. I know you understand what I'm saying. You're silent. Very well. Goodbye, then. Hello again. Very well. I cannot enter. Hello. Melia, I know you work for Dorothy Crane. Please tell me about her. A stubborn and mute comrade. Nurse Crane and Darius Petrescu have been clever. Very well. Goodbye then.
Get them weapons ready! Shit, that leech is fine! We have to stop it! Back, demon! Back!
This man stunned me with his crucifix. This is not good news. It's locked, all right.
Don't be shy, handsome. What can Christina do for you?
I'm not looking for what you're selling. But I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I may. I'm a doctor. Dr. Reed.
All right then, but be quick. Though I usually get paid when I open my mouth.
Christina, have you been examined? The epidemic is spreading.
I don't like doctors or hospitals, but I don't like...
Considering your line of work, I assure you it is only a matter of time before you have health issues.
If it is going to happen, it will happen. Right now, I need money. That's what's important.
You can put your own life in danger. That's your decision.
And you think that would worry me? If you knew the men I deal with, their health would not be what you'd worry about.
Clayton Darby claims he will expose the crisis in Whitechapel to all of London. Do you believe him?
I believe Clayton's courage will erode with time.
Why this skepticism?
How can you speak about starvation if you've never been hungry? Or about poverty? Or anything else you have never...
Are you talking from experience?
I've seen your type come here to get a good fuck in a cheap room or a dark alley before going back to their fancy houses in the West End.
Tell me about yourself.
Are you joking with me? People don't usually come to see me for conversation.
I have no interest in your work. I am, however, curious.
Short story. The war, exile, and England. This country is not especially welcoming. I've been refused many jobs because of...
I always thought I was the master of my own fate. But now I know we don't always have control over our lives. I don't judge you.
You know, this money is not only for me. I have good...
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane?
I don't know her, but I know her name is Dorothea Crasionescu. She came from Romania like me and many others.
You seem to respect her.
Dorothea helps the sick people of Whitechapel. Everyone
Goodbye, miss. Take care of yourself as best you can.
I cannot enter.
I'm cheap and I'm clean, I promise. Pay me a glass and I'll be gentle. Pay me a box.
It's locked, all right. Hello, young man. I'm Dr. Reed, and I would like to ask you a few questions. May I enter, please?
Sorry, no, sir. My father does not like people entering our house, you see.
Your father is worried about you, boy.
So my father actually worries about me then? Okay.
Is there only pain and suffering in this world?
So, may I ask you...
I'm not bothered.
How do you feel?
I'm fine. I mean, it's not easy every day, but I'm fine.
Speaking of which, what can you tell me?
My father is an idiot who makes idiot things.
Forgive my bluntness, young man, but...
Why should I? I never wanted to come here in the first place.
You have a roof over your head, a place to call home. Many people here are not as lucky, you know.
That's exactly what my father says. Harry, you should be...
If life here is so terrible for you, why don't you just leave this place? Have you ever spoken to your father about it?
I don't go outside. It terrifies me so.
So that's why you stay at home all day? For fear of the epidemic?
I'm not afraid of disease or death, Dr. Reed.
Your father and Mr. Lewis used to be good friends. What happened, Harry?
I was young then. I don't remember Mr. Lewis ever coming back again after my mother died. Or was it after my father started bullying him? I don't know.
Have you tried speaking to Mr. Lewis about it?
I don't go out often, but yes. And he scolded me and told me to leave him alone. I guess my father frightens him too much.
But you are not responsible for your...
Am I not? Dad always says that he joined that gang for my safety. So if I wasn't...
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the
Yes, I know her. She came here to examine me when I was very sick.
Goodbye, young man. Take care of yourself.
Is there only pain and suffering in this world? Even my dreams are soaked with gloom.
It's locked.
Let your guard down, sir.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I would like to ask you a few questions.
Please be my guest. Although I may not be the best informant regarding this part of town, my words speak about that which the eyes cannot see.
Really? Are you an artist of some kind?
I'm a poet, sir. Richard Nethercott, at your service.
May I ask what you're doing at this hour of night, sir?
Not at all. I'm just enjoying the pleasure of a quiet walk. Though night talks are always preferable, if you ask me. Especially with strangers.
But are you not afraid of the epidemic?
Oh, why should I? I see some equity in the Spanish flu. No flesh should be saved, say the scriptures. Good or evil, rich or poor, all are...
If you say so. But as a physician in a time of epidemic, I must caution you to avoid unnecessary exposure, sir.
Thank you, Doctor. But we both know the seeker of truth has to go boldly where the weak dare not.
What are your thoughts?
Terrible, you say? No. Of course, the death of...
What are you talking about?
Do you remember London before the flu? Noisy, cacophonic, quiet nowhere to be found. And now, listen to this oddly peaceful silence.
Yes. The enjoyable silence of the grave.
Most people fail to understand my perspective.
Are you aware that your life could be in danger?
But this is where I must be to feel the real beat of the city.
I understand your need for solitude.
I don't care. I don't have many friends, Doctor. And my...
If some misfortune came upon you, who would be here to help you?
Well, you, for a start, my dear Doctor.
Tell me, Mr. Nethercott,
The place is not beautiful per se, but how to explain it? Stirring and challenging.
Do you not think it a little morbid?
On the contrary, sir. Whitechapel is full of life, full of beauty. Just like my dear muse, the wonderful Camellia.
What can you tell me about Camellia?
Not much. And that's the beauty of it. She can't speak, you know. She's a locked mystery who exhales kindness and sweetness.
Perhaps you're just afraid to find out the truth about your muse.
One day, perhaps, I'll ask her to come with me. But will she still be my wild flower of Whitechapel if she moves uptown?
And have you ever tried to learn more about her? Where she lives? How she survives? Whom she may know?
Maybe I prefer she remains an enigma. Reality can be so dull, don't you think?
In what way, exactly?
The struggle by gaslight, the barren smiles, and the added hunger under the rain.
If you say so.
Such vibrant antagonism and vivid paradox. The stripped humanity raged across each street.
Vivid, of course, yes. And what about the poignant distress?
Oh yes, the poignant distress. You see what I mean, don't you? That's what I want to write about, and that's what Whitechapel is made of.
Did you know the mute florist is a member of a secret society?
No, I didn't. But I thank you for this information, sir. For it only enriches the mystery surrounding the precious Camellia.
Are you not curious? Is there not more?
That girl has not an ounce of malice in her. Whatever she may be hiding, it's certain to be for the benefit of most, if not all.
I fear you are a hopeless romantic, Mr. Nethercott.
Guilty as charged, Dr. Reed.
May I ask you a few questions about the district?
Extraordinary part of town, is it not? I'll be glad to help you, if I can.
I'm looking for Dorothy Crane, a nurse who lives in this vicinity.
Dorothy Crane. Oh, I love the name. The Crane of Whitechapel. Sounds very mysterious. But, sorry, no, never heard of her.
What can you tell me about an old man called Darius?
Darius Petrescu? Yes, I know him. At first, I thought he was only a small publisher. I invited him to publish my work, but his reaction was pretty clear.
Not interested in your talent?
Darius is an old political activist who takes delight in printing tracts and lampoons. Those communist activities only require mediocre writing skills.
I'll leave you alone, sir.
Morbidity can breathe its own beauty and grace.
Hello again, miss. Tell me about Richard Nethercott. I understand he is quite fond of you, Camellia. Very well. Goodbye, then.
The content of Darius' letter to his children could give me more leverage to enter. Darius is a bit less of a mystery now. It should not be that difficult to incite him to let me in.
Fancy buying some...
You never... What do you know of Harry Peterson? The boy...
Harry's a good boy, but he spends most of his time complaining.
What troubles him exactly?
But despite being his father's son, almost every...
Goodbye for now, Mr.
You again?
Harry doesn't seem happy living in Whitechapel.
I've always put my son's interests above everything else, whatever he may think. Our house is small but affordable. The walls are thin, but the door is solid.
You really love your son, don't you, Mr. Peterson?
He's my pride and joy. Even if he hates me for the choices I make and pushes me buttons more than he should.
Do you have any regrets?
Only one. Not to have my beloved wife by my side.
Since the criminal nature of your job means you could be a...
No one will ever take my son away from me. If that ever occurred, I'd hunt the bastard down and rip off his head with my bare hands.
Why do you keep on working for the gang, Joe? You know it doesn't suit...
It's true, I hate this job. And I know I made some bad...
You could leave tomorrow. Start another life.
That's easy for you to say, Doctor. We are poor.
Goodbye, Mr. Pete.
Pay me at last.
Good evening.
Change.
Goodbye, miss.
You're late. Where's my money?
I know it's hard to believe, but this district has always been wretched. Don't let your guard down.
So you only hurt people because you care about me? Is that it?
Don't be such a brat. I'll do what I must to provide us with food and medicine, that's all.
Mum would never have let you bully an old friend like Mr. Lewis. Shame on you.
Harry, I'm your father and I love you. But don't you ever speak to me like that again.
What? You're gonna beat me too?
Jesus. Give me patience.
It's locked. They must be busy at the moment.
You again?
Why is your relationship with your son so difficult?
Harry and I are so different. Sometimes I wonder...
Why not change that, then? If you used your strength to...
How dare you tell me what I should or shouldn't do with my boy? Who the fuck are you to interfere like that?
I don't doubt your motives. I'm certain you simply wished...
I don't think I like your attitude, sir. In fact, I'm starting to dislike your face so much, I might try to improve it, see?
I'd like to see you try, Colossus Joe.
Never. Harry's... complicated.
Goodbye, Mr. Good evening, Harry. May I come in?
Sure. Sure. Even my dreams are soaked with gloom.
So, may I ask you if...
I'm not bothered.
You and your father have a difficult relationship.
No, never. My father can be brutal and rude.
But what is going on between you two, then?
It's his job. If you can call it a job. He bullies people.
Would it ease tensions with your father if he got an honest job? Because he tried, you know.
I can't say. I'd be glad if he dropped his thuggish activities.
Why is that?
Sometimes I suspect it's me, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye, young man. Take care of yourself.
Even my dreams are soaked with gloom.
Mr. Petrescu, just 1 minute, please.
You again? Go away.
Sir, wait. Stop this nonsense. I know Nurse Crane is here. Shall we speak man to man, you and I?
All right. Speak up.
Don't you see we're on the same side? We fight...
I'm nothing like you, Mr.
Yes, you are. You too believe in providing medical...
I have to admit your words have conviction. All right, I'll let you see Dorothea. Don't make me regret this, though. If you want to talk to Dorothea, you must go across the courtyard and take the stairs.
We've not been formally introduced. May I ask your name?
I am Darius Petrescu. I'm here to keep snitches and spies away.
So Dorothy's real name is not Crane?
Like myself and many people in this area. Dorothea is from
She seems important to the community.
More than you can imagine. The West End does not want to...
Tell me everything you know about Camellia, the mute florist.
I do not believe in the afterlife, Doctor, but I'm almost convinced...
Are you not worried for her safety?
She is as brave as she is tough, and clever, too. If all...
Are you in love with Camellia, Mr.
Don't be stupid. If I had met her when I was younger, we could have won our revolution.
Who is she, really?
She's not from around here, that's all we know.
You say she has no close family?
Well, there's that awful poet who constantly follows her around like a lost...
Tell me everything you know about... Tell me...
I do not...
Tell me every...
I do not believe in...
Do you have any family left, Mr. Petrescu?
Who knows? I have abandoned my...
Don't be embarrassed, sir. If you must know, my own father...
It's quite awkward to talk about our families like this, but... Thank you, Dr. Reed. I appreciate your trust.
This war won't last forever.
No. I have taught strength and determination to my son.
How did you meet Nurse Crane, Darius? Why does she...
I'm her oldest friend in England. Dorothea and I share many ideas...
You mean occupied Romania, don't you? Even if not directly, I fought against your enemies.
Really? Then perhaps you have more in common with Dorothea than meets the eye, Dr. Reed.
I know you fought for your country when it was occupied, Darius. Tell me...
I know my days are numbered, and I know I won't see my homeland again. But I fought for Romania all my life, and I will until my last breath.
But Romania escaped the grasp of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. It's a free country.
It is not the country I fought for. My homeland is...
Tell me everything.
I do not...
Goodbye, Mr. Petrescu. It's locked, all right.
I need help!
What do we have here, nurse?
Patient Razvan Vasily. High fever running on 3 days. Complaints of dizziness, muscle aches, and head pain. Diagnosed with influenza.
Treatment?
Aspirin and salicin for the fever and discomfort. Liquids for dehydration, but he's having trouble keeping even water down.
Thank you, nurse. Anything else I should know?
He did lose consciousness this morning, but he's never had convulsions like these.
He's not convulsing, he's choking. He's not getting any air. Scalp! Hand me that scalp!
What can I do, Doctor?
I need to perform a tracheostomy. Short pipe. That rubber tube will do. We're going to cut a passage for air through the neck.
Yes, Doctor. He's breathing again, but he's coughing up blood.
Internal hemorrhaging. I need to make another incision into the chest cavity to drain the fluids from the lung. Prepare another tube.
A thoracostomy? Doctor, we've nothing to fight the infection. We need an aseptic environment.
Right then, Nurse Crane. What do you suggest we do?
I've no idea. I'm not the doctor.
Time is of the essence. We need to perform a thoracic drain.
Yes, Doctor. He's still bleeding, Doctor. I'm losing his pulse.
The drain must have punctured the intercostal artery. There's too much blood.
Are you all right, Doctor?
I can't see. I must first suture the artery. Find the wound. The source of the blood.
Needle and thread, Doctor.
Good. The stitches are holding. How's he doing?
We're losing him. We've lost his pulse. He's dying, Doctor.
Cardiac massage, now.
Cardiac... What? Are you making this up as you go along? We've lost the pulse. He's gone, Doctor.
Nurse, we did everything we could.
Truly? Everything you could. Is that how you'll report this in your log? Is this how the war went? Piling up one poor corpse beside the next?
This was not an influenza-induced seizure. I've never seen symptoms like these on the continent.
Neither have I. But the previous symptoms leading up to this attack were the same, indistinguishable from the epidemic.
No. There was something more vile in these reactions. Something primitive.
There have been numerous reports of mental breakdowns caused by the fever that accompanies the flu itself, Doctor.
Yes, but... I'd best take some samples of the blood for analysis.
You're here to test my bedside manners. To what do I owe this cut? This is an unfitting place for the illustrious Dr. Reed.
It's locked, all right. It's locked.
Razvan was getting better with the treatment. I don't understand. So, what's to be done? I suspect it was more than intuition alone that led you to us. So, how might I be of service, Dr. Reed?
Your heart might be in the right place, but you can't carry on with this. Blackmail. For God's sake, Dorothy, it's extortion. It's a serious crime.
Doctor, you think your warnings scare me? I've stolen and plied, blackmailed and lied, but what else am I to do? I'm all these people have.
But why Lady Ashbury? Why her, of all people?
She's pristine and proper, all right. But that she-wolf in sheep's clothing murders the poor for sport. I have her where she belongs, and I'll milk her for all she's got.
Dr. Swansea is a sensible and honest man. He wouldn't have refused your friend's care at Pembroke.
It's easy for you to say, Doctor. These people cannot go to the police, nor to the hospital. They don't even speak English. They depend on me for everything.
So, the end justifies the means. Is that your defense?
I know you're kind, Doctor. Just another
You've convinced me of the sincerity of your actions and their noble justifications. But all the same, blackmail is a crime, and it will stop, Nurse Crane.
So, are you going to turn me over to the authorities?
Listen very carefully, Dorothy. You will erase from your memory everything you pretend to know about Lady Ashbury and Pembroke Hospital.
Let that rich bitch off the hook over my dead
Nurse
body.
Crane, enough. Listen as if your life depended on every word. I know you've a generous heart who gives freely to those in need, but you shall walk away from the shadier streets of your business.
I will never abandon...
Dorothy, the discussion has come to a close. Your clandestine activities in the Resistance are over. Let it go.
I'll let it go. Yes. All gone.
It's locked.
Oh, this one stinks already. It's a leech! Kill it! Oh my God! It's a leech! Kill it! Watch it! It's a killer! Watch out for them teeth! Bastard!
Hello, Mr. Petrescu.
Hello, Dr. Reed. Yes?
Goodbye, Mr. Petrescu. Good evening, miss.
Good evening, sir. Are you interested in a miraculous cure for this unknown and deadly epidemic?
Actually, I am.
Then you have come to the right place. The famous Swanborough cordial is all you need to help keep you in perfect...
Oh, really? Why didn't I hear about it during my studies? I'm Jonathan Reed, by the way. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Ah, my brother has spoken of your research, sir. I'm Loretta Swanborough, and it's always a pleasure to meet a fellow healer.
Tell me, who intrigues you?
The region itself is something to see, but I would say... Camellia...
What do you think of...
Most of them are afraid, or desperate. They all come...
Is there anyone I should...
Cadogan Bates, without a doubt. The bloody bastard remorselessly exploits poor migrants as soon as they get here.
I'd like to see what kind...
When science fails you, this elixir will give you faith again.
Hello, Mr. Petrescu.
Hello, Dr. Reed. Come on in.
It's locked. It's all right. This could be the box Lewis thought he lost.
A love letter from Joe Peterson's wife, addressed to Barrett Lewis. Who should I give it to, I wonder?
When science fails you, this elixir will give you
drugs for the sick and suffering. The wet boots will be proud of me.
Shooting a boy in the middle of the street. Not the best thing to do.
What? You saw what happened? Who are you?
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd like to ask you a few questions.
No. Look, I'm not a violent man. I'm Benjamin.
What can you tell me about this place?
Nothing to say, really. This is where I used to live.
You don't have anywhere to go? No family that would...
Not since the death of my wife, Albert's mother.
You mean you used to have a better...
Yeah, I had a wife, a home, and a job. I even used to have a nap.
Perhaps you could focus for a moment and tell me your troubles.
I'm sick, broke, and my son just stole my pills. Everything's coming up.
Whatever the boy did, I'm sure he did.
I swear I didn't want to hit him. It's just that... I'm...
I have found a very interesting letter. Your son planned to prove his worth to the gang by stealing your med...
Oh, I see. So the little bugger thought he could use his dad to build a reputation.
The gang's recruiter was dead when I found him. Perhaps...
I love my Albert, sir. Believe me. It's just...
A gun? Are you all right?
The bastard hit the wall next to me. I don't even know if he meant to...
If you've been hurt, I can help you.
Name's Albert. Remember it. Now,
What happened? Did you really steal that man's medical...
Hey! I didn't do anything, it ain't me!
All right. Perhaps the poor drunk just confused you with something.
Sod off, mister. You ain't got no clue what's going on here. Bastard was assaulted.
It's true. I'm not familiar with this part of town. Perhaps you could help me.
I said sod off. Go find yourself a...
Goodbye, young.
The wet boots will be proud of me.
Good evening.
I'm afraid...
What is it, Benjamin? It was the war, wasn't it? Your nerves are shot.
The doctors called me a liar. A coward.
It's a pity that doctors still practice such barbaric methods.
Now only the pills stop me thinking about this shit.
A gun, alcohol, and a bad temper make a... I can't believe I'm doing this.
Money. Come on, Barrett, you know the game. You pay for this.
I cannot enter.
Its effectiveness has been proven by many.
It's locked, all right.
All your problems. As long as you have the money.
Joe, please, I don't have your money.
Come on, Barrett, you know the game. You pay for peace of mind.
You look so pale, my lord. Would you like
Human blood. Whoever left these marks did so
Kill it, boy! Burn it, boy! Doesn't like burning, does it? Fucking bastard! Cross the leech, boys! Die, vermin!
The flower's dying. It needs water.
Imprisoned by your daily routine, unable to see the true horror around you.
Good evening, Christina. Do you need any assistance, Miss Popper?
It depends on the price of your...
I am shocked that you would think I am that sort of man.
Forgive my suspicion. I'm so used to liars with...
Goodbye, miss.
How am I supposed to interview them?
I'm cheap and I'm...
Good evening, Doctor.
Do you need assistance?
That would be nice of you, Doctor. Who knows what I may have...
If you
Thank you, sir.
Christina Popper claims she sells her body because she can't find any other work. Do you believe her?
Of course I do. Her story is exactly what I want my readers to understand. We live in an intolerant and divided nation.
Do you think things will ever change, Mr. Darby?
I believe the situation can only improve. And now...
Do you need assistance?
Save your time for the people who need you here, Doctor.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby. Farewell.
Pay me a glass and I'll be gentle. Pay me a bottle and I'll...
Good evening, Harry.
Sure. Sure. Is there only pain and suffering in this world?
So?
I'm not bothered.
Do you remember when Barrett Lewis was close to your family? To your mother?
Not really. I was too young. But...
Why are you sad?
Because it hurts to remember a time when my father used to laugh and smile. It hurts to realise he's as sad as me.
How was he towards you?
He was nice, I guess. He never forgot my birthday.
I
was young.
Do you need any...
Yes, I do. I feel so tired.
You'll feel better with this. But you need...
I'm not sure I'm happy with the idea of living long in the world.
Goodbye, young man.
Is there only pain and suffering in this world?
me to revive you? Pay me a bottle and I'll do the rest.
Imprisoned by your daily routine.
Oh, Camellia.
Good evening.
And good evening.
Do you need med...
It may be wise to let you prescribe me something.
I understand your appetite for words and macabre beauty, sir.
The nutrition of my mind is more important than my...
I'll leave you alone.
Pay me a bottle and I'll do the nasty.
Imprisoned by your daily routine. Can't just look the other way, this week, Joe. Come on, we can sort it out, right?
Death is all around us.
Good evening, Mr. Petrescu. What are you doing here?
I could ask you the exact same question, Mr. Doctor. Now leave me alone.
I heard what happened to Nurse.
Everything was going well until you arrived. Dorothea helped people.
I regret it too. I wish she'd continued working at the
So you put an end to the operation.
You seem to have a lot on your chest, sir. What's wrong?
I heard you are a famous surgeon. Tell me.
I didn't use drugs or medical trickery, Mr. Petrescu. All I did was...
But what happened to her then? After you left?
Tell me everything you know.
I do not...
Tell me... How do you feel, Mr. Petrescu?
I would not even accept fresh water from you, Doctor.
Yes, you do. Please, take this. You'll feel better.
I said I don't want anything. But I'll keep this for those...
Goodbye, Mr. Petrescu. How are...
I'm not your...
Do you need assistance?
Please. Feeling tired.
There you go. Let's hope nobody steals it from you.
Very funny.
Goodbye, young man.
Crane.